Welcome back, Storm. In 100 yards, turn left. In 100 yards, turn left. In 400 yards, turn right. Turn around when it is safe to do so. In 200 yards, turn right.
Right, you're pretty well respected on the drag strip, but how about we take this further? All you have to do is finish this. The ultimate drag strip. An idea from me and my crew with consultation from our own Jay Shah. Win here, and you'll be a Horizon legend, underground and over.
Turn left. In 100 yards, turn left. Recalculating route. In 100 yards, turn left. Turn around when it is safe to do so. You have arrived at your destination.
Initializing UNSC training protocol 165FD. With the ongoing and evolving threat posed by an increasingly focused Covenant, all frontline UNSC personnel are expected to complete the following training exercise. Upon completion of the training exercise, please submit results to UNSC FleetCom for assessment.
This is Kilo Actual. Cortana, do you read me? I heard you need a pickup?
Cortana to Kilo Actual. Perfect timing. We're all done here and ready for dust-off.
Whoa! A boarding pickup! Sorry, Cortana. I gotta shake these bogies.
Hey, keep your head down. There's 2 of us in here now. Affirmative, Kilo Actual. I'll scan for a new LZ. Chief, gun it. Get us out of here.
Cortana, what is this place?
I don't know. Looks like a fortification of some kind, but it hasn't been used in centuries.
Is that a Spartan? We're gonna make it home after all!
Okay, new LZ found. We don't have long. This ring is gonna go nuclear in 3 minutes, and we do not want to be here when it does. Marines, I've added coordinates to your nav. Be there for evac in 3 minutes.
Roger that, Cortana! Hoorah!
Look at these ancient dwellings. It almost looks like something lives here.
Just go straight up here. We've got a better chance of avoiding those banshees off-road.
Hoorah!
Whoa, banshees! Look out!
Banshees, inbound! Try and lose them through those trees!
Alert! Banshees, fast and low.
Banshee! Save us, Chief!
This is Cortana to all air support units. I'm sending you coordinates for an LZ, requesting immediate evac. Repeat, all air support units to the LZ.
Cortana, I'm getting a green from 3, 4, make that 5 Pelicans. En route to the LZ. You and the Marines had better be there soon. Cortana, I can't follow you through there. I'll see you on the other side.
That's not the most reassuring choice of words. This cave is not a natural formation.
Woo! Echo!
I don't like this. Comms have gone quiet. Kilo Actual, do you read? Kilo Actual. Whoa!
Loud and clear, Cortana.
Good to see you again, pilot. I do not want to reach that LZ without you.
Hoorah!
Cortana to all units, the LZ is right ahead. We have 30 seconds before the ring superstructure begins to collapse. Seconds, Chief. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We're not gonna make it. Pilot, this would be a very good time to leave. Horizon Festival training module complete. Initiating upload of results to UNSC FleetCom.
200 yards, turn right.
This is Amy, you're on Pulse, and I'm going to assume, judging by all the grins I've been seeing when the AR headsets have been coming off, that you've all enjoyed our Halo showcase? Excellent news. Well, there are no more aliens or explosions, but the festival is definitely not over, so get back out there, Spartan, and finish the fight.
Okay, Storm. I've updated your route to the Forza-thon Live event now. In 400 yards, turn left. Turn left. Calculating route. In 400 yards, turn left. Yards, turn left. In 400 yards, turn left. You have arrived at your destination. Forza-thon Live will begin soon. Good luck. Turn around when it is safe to do so. Forza-thon Live will begin shortly. Good luck. Turn right. You have arrived at your destination. arrived early. Forzathon Live will begin soon.
Nice work on the promo shoots. You can see the car profiles when they go up on the Horizon website. Or you could probably just, I don't know, drive them.
Forzathon Live, starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! Round 1 started!
Turn left. In 400 yards, turn sharp right. Turn sharp right. Turn around when it is safe to do so. In 200 yards, turn left. It is safe to do so.
Round 1 complete! Get to round 2!
Turn around when it is safe to do so. Recalculating route.
Hospital records, and now you're in for a treat, Horizon. Welcome Hans Liebold to the booth.
Gentlemen, hello. Thank you for agreeing to take part in the car files. For this experiment, you will require these protective helmets.
Whoa. Hang on, Hans. We didn't agree to anything, did we? No, I don't think we did.
This was a joke. I have determined that humor is important when you are working in insurance.
Yeah, that was pretty funny, Hans. Gotta give that to you. Yeah, good one, mate. Nice.
No, in fact, the experiment is almost complete. The rocket-powered sedan should be passing over the roof of your broadcast booth in 3, 2, 1.
What you running out of the desk?
I believe believe the phrase is got you.
Right, yeah. All right, Hans, I think we're done here, mate. Yeah, play a track and get him out of here before he gets a heart attack.
In 100 yards, turn sharp right. Turn around when it is safe to do so. Recalculating route. Turn around when it is safe to do so. In 200 yards, turn sharp right. Turn around when it is safe to do so. Recalculating route. In 200 yards, turn sharp right.
Round 2 complete. Get to round 3.
In 200 yards, turn right.
Chris Goss with you, Horizon. And now, here's a face we all know and love, Joel Carter.
All right, lads. Thanks for having me on.
Yay, no problem, Joel. The number of times that you've helped us out, we just had to get you in. True. Like the time I had that little bit of fluff on the needle and I wasn't happy while I was DJing and you sorted it out. So look, Joel, what's world's fastest?
Chris, World's Fastest is a premium service delivering hypercar adrenaline at a fraction of the cost of owning a hypercar.
And also there was that time when my gin and tonic was slightly too strong and I didn't like it and it made me a week. Anyway, amazing. Fantastic. Where do we check it out?
At the showroom in Edinburgh, but I have test drivers blended out all over the festival.
And also, I don't like playing all the same colour vinyl, and you managed to get me different coloured records for my set last night. I don't know how you did it, but you are absolutely amazing.
Seriously, man, I think you're colourblind anyway. Look, Joel, sounds wicked. We'll definitely keep an eye out.
No problem at all. See you around, Chris. London.
Yeah, cheers, Joel.
In 400 yards, turn right. Recalculating route. Turn around when it is safe to do so. Roundabout, take the 4th exit. Turn around when it is safe to do so. At the roundabout, take the 2nd exit. In 400 yards, turn right. Recalculating route. Turn around when it is safe to do so. At the roundabout, take the 4th exit. Turn around when it is safe to do so. Turn around when it is safe to do so.
Round 3 complete! Congratulations!
yards, you will arrive at your destination. You have arrived at your destination.
Oh, stifling hot out there, Horizon. Height of summer and the clouds are high in the sky. I reckon even the most enthusiastic festival goers might be struggling right now.
The thing about skills is, on-road, off-road, doesn't matter. You just want everybody looking at you. And if your streak never ends, they can never look away, right? So I want you to take my Audi Sport Quattro and keep my attention for as long as possible. And as we know, I have a very short attention span. Drift some corners, catch some air, knock over a fence for all I care. If I'm watching, Horizon will be watching. Not bad, but I know what that thing is capable of. Come on! I keep telling Alex he should drive like this, but he never listens. Just got a call from the festival. The whole place is at a standstill watching you. Nice work. I'll start working on our next demo and, can I have my Audi back now? Oversteering is a skill. E-braking is a skill, sure. You know what else is a skill? Keeping your foot planted even when the speed pulls your lips back off your teeth. Come on, I want to show you something. Bugatti EB110 Supersport. It's got 4-wheel drive so it will handle, but you give this thing an open road and, well, you'll see. I've got your route. Head for the motorway.
Turn around when it is safe to do so. It is safe to do so.
Awesome at high speed, losing traction. Just a tiny bit.
Roundabout, take the second exit.
Push harder. We've still got a finish line to get to.
In 400 yards, turn right. Recalculating route. Turn around when it is safe to do so. Safe to do so. At the roundabout, take the second exit.
Enjoying yourself, are you? Yeah, I kinda had a feeling you were. What did I tell you? Stop the accelerator and blink and you're halfway to Edinburgh. You can bring it on back now. And call me soon, yeah? Right, we've done the motorways. Time for a nice fast spin in the countryside with something a little more eco-friendly. My BMW i8. Got it a few years back in Frankfurt. I was supposed to be sightseeing with Nan, but I snuck off to the motor show. Don't tell her. Loads more technical this time, yeah? Let's show them how a Horizon driver handles an e-brake.
Roundabout, take the third exit.
Don't worry, insurance pays for anything you knock over. At least, I think it does. Amazing drive. And you know what's even more amazing? You bring my Beamer back and we just plug it in. Have you seen? It's working. Our Horizon apprentices are throwing down all over the festival. Now the masters must teach them one of the most important skills of all. That of attaining sick air. Got just the car for it. Scout 800A. First SUV and still the best, if you ask me. Not if you ask anybody else, but definitely if you ask me. Welcome to Mud Kickers, a full square mile of off-road adventure park. Come for the mud, stay for the jumps. Nice. Keep to the courses if you can. They've got a pretty sweet layout here. Nothing better than a day out of Mud Kickers. Welcome to Mud Kickers, a full square mile of off-road adventure park. Come for the mud, stay for the jumps. Nice. Keep to the courses if you can. They've got a pretty sweet layout here. Nothing better than a day out of mud kickers. My Scout back now. Watching you makes me want to play with it. Stay in touch. I'm working on our next demo already. Welcome to Mud Kickers, a full square mile of off-road adventure park. Come for the mud, stay for the jumps. Welcome to Mud Kickers, a full square mile of off-road adventure park. Come for the mud, stay for the jumps. Nice. Keep to the courses if you can. They've got a pretty sweet layout here. Welcome to Mud Kickers, a full square mile of off-road adventure park. Come for the mud, stay for the jumps. Welcome to Mud Kickers, a full square mile of off-road adventure park. Come for the mud, stay for the jumps. Nice. Keep to the courses if you can. They've got a pretty sweet layout here. Nothing better than a day out of Mud Kickers. Welcome to Mud Kickers, a full square mile of off-road adventure park. Come for the mud, stay for the jumps. Nice. Keep to the courses if you can. They've got a pretty sweet layout here. Nothing better than a day out of Mud Kickers. Welcome to Mud Kickers, a full square mile of off-road adventure park. Come for the mud, stay for the jumps. Nice. Keep to the courses if you can. They've got a pretty sweet layout here. Nothing better than a day out of Mud Kickers. What'd you think? No moving trains, no traffic, just a whole lot of asphalt. And my Focus RS-RX Gymkhana Custom Edition. 600 horsepower, all-wheel drive. Does exactly what it says on the tin, my friend. Go on, use your imagination. Just don't hit anything. Go on, use your imagination. Just don't hit anything. Go on, use your imagination. Just don't hit anything. How'd you feel? Yeah, I bet you do. You can give me the keys back now. Just give me... Holding on a bit tight there, can I just... There we go. See you again soon. Look, you've got mad skills, no question. But this kind of driving really comes down to 3 things. Spoiler, suspension, and grip. So, I'm going to give you a go in my Aventador. Want to know how I afford all these? Yeah, so does my nan. The forest road is really nice this time of year. Go make it blurry. Oh, yeah! Acceleration, downforce, handling. Bring it! Now I remember why I loaned you that thing. Nice run. Of course, not everyone at Horizon can have an Aventador, but we can show them how to drive like they do. And for those of us who actually do have Aventadors, it's even better, isn't it? Remember when I made a big deal about the Scout being the best off-roader ever made? I think I might have found something even better. 2016 Jeep Trailcat. Stiffened suspension, full roll cage, and get a load of those fat wheels. Oh, I can't decide. Will you take it out and help me pick a favorite? Go. See what you can make it do. I need a second opinion. Nice. All right, I've decided. You ready? I've decided I now have 2 favourite off-roaders. Woo, that's a weight off my mind. And I couldn't have done it without you. Cheers. Go. See what you can make it do. I need a second opinion. I've decided. You ready? I've decided I now have 2 favourite off-roaders. Woo! That's a weight off my mind. And I couldn't have done it without you. Cheers. We're going back to the asphalt. Sealed roads, motorways, hard surface speed and agility. And this time, I've got a proper track weapon for you. My Viper GTS ACR. It's street legal, but it probably shouldn't be. Gonna make a seriously wicked video. I mean, if that's okay with you? Let me worry about the view count. You just do your thing. Let me worry about the view count. You just do your thing. Let me worry about the view count. You just do your thing. Let me worry about the view count. You just do your thing.
Stay off those walls and out of traffic. Keep it slick. Let me worry about the view count. You just do your thing.
Let me worry about the view count. You just do your thing.
You or the Viper?
hardly ever get to drive my Viper, but now I can get my phone out and watch you throw down in it anywhere, anytime. Sorry, but I can and I will. I don't know. All this great PR and all these online views, and it still doesn't compare to that feeling when you lace a stunt right in the face of the crowd. Know what I mean? Time to go back to basics. This is my GTR, the Black Edition. I want you to take it down to the festival and blow some freaking minds, because that's what we do.
Take the third exit. Roundabout, take the third exit. Roundabout, take the third exit. Calculating route.
Thanks a lot. And because you've been so amazing, I figured you might as well keep the car this time. Nah, I'm kidding. It's definitely mine. But you can come down and borrow any of my cars anytime you want. What are you talking about? Of course you can.
Yep, Jay's excited. Granted, he's always excited. But if he's happy and you're happy, then that's my job done. I'll put you two in touch again soon. Felt a bit left out with you and Jay playing together. Although he told me you have some serious skills behind the wheel. He's not easy to impress, you know. So take that compliment.
Turn around when it is safe to do so. Roundabout, take the third exit. Yards, turn left. Turn left. Have arrived at your destination.
Great to see you. We're shooting a documentary about car culture in the UK, and I need a second driver. You've made a name for yourself, and it would be great to have you aboard. It's simple. You drive, I tell the story. Let's do it. From Aston Martin to McLaren and Bentley, Great Britain is home to over a century of automotive excellence.
I'm Rebecca Dawson. Welcome to British Racing Green, a documentary celebrating that history. The Aston Martin DB5 Vantage was the quintessential Grand Tourer of the 1960s, combining British engineering and Italian design. Vantage featured side-draft carburetors and a refined camshaft profile, capable of a blistering top speed of 162 miles an hour in 1964. The clean lines of Superleggera's bodywork, reclining seats and wool carpets created a car that was luxurious as well as fast. This car would form the basis for the DB range, with later cars improving on the design in many ways. But none would ever achieve the sheer, iconic perfection of the Vantage.
In 200 yards, turn left. Turn left.
For all of its beauty and engineering perfection, only 65 of these beautiful machines would ever be built. If you own one, you own a piece of British history.
In 200 yards, you will arrive at your destination.
The silver DB5 would be immortalized in half a century of cinema. The classic Aston Martin. But in 2016, a new DB was unveiled, heralding the dawn of Aston Martin's second century. The DB11 is the first production turbocharged Aston Martin. But is it a worthy successor to that legacy? The short answer is yes. It's bold, responsive, and agile, with perhaps the best GT chassis in the world. And listen to it. Able to hit 60 miles an hour in 3.5 seconds, the DB11's 5.2-litre twin-turbo V12 boasts a top speed of over 200 miles an hour. The DB11 is not the fastest car in the world, but then it's not trying to be. It's sophisticated, effortless luxury. It's an Aston Martin. The DB11's front strakes channel air to create a virtual spoiler, providing downforce without compromising the car's clean lines. Brilliant. Most importantly, I think, the DB11 proves that Aston Martin is ready for another century of beautiful cars. And I can't wait. Beautiful as they are, Aston Martins are only one of many cars made in the United Kingdom. Let's see what else is out there. This is shaping up nicely. Time for a change of pace, though. At least at first. The next segment is about Land Rover, and we'll be starting out with the Type 3. Land Rover, the British sports utility vehicle. But before that, they were actual utility vehicles. Solid, tough trucks, unstoppable over almost any terrain.
In 400 yards, turn left.
The Land Rover Type 3 marks the point where that shift begins. And we'll be looking at what that meant.
Recalculating route.
Land Rovers have taken on almost every task imaginable. They've been generators, tractors and ambulances. They've brought peace and carried medicines to disaster zones. They've even been buses. Over 500,000 Series 3s were built, and over 70% of those are still on the road today. They were extensively exported and built under license abroad. Belgium, South Africa, even Australia and New Zealand. With a robust chassis and signature Land Rover engineering, the Type 3 also marked the first time that buyers could choose interior options, like seat box protectors and cubby boxes. That trend continued, and by 1982, Land Rover were offering the county spec Type 3. Leisure drivers could choose from such luxuries as all-cloth seats, soundproof for the first sports utility vehicle, the Range Rover. While the stock Type 3 would never be particularly fast uphill, there is almost no hill that it couldn't climb, or down for that matter, if you put a proper winch on it. In 1978, a Series 3 was custom built for Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. It only had 1,892 miles on the clock when it was auctioned into private hands. And it was in perfect condition. It would be. After all, she trained as a mechanic in the 1940s and will likely remain the only royal able to strip and rebuild an engine. Along with the Range Rover, others would follow. Discovery, Defender, and the Freelander. Each a more sophisticated and enjoyable utility vehicle. But none of them were a replacement for the Type 3. They were a different kind of car. The Type 3 was arguably the first sports utility vehicle, an evolution of the design that would lead ultimately to this. The Bowler Nemesis, an off-road racing vehicle that turned into a production SUV, the Nemesis EXR. It sports a turbocharged 5-litre Land Rover Jaguar engine, crammed into a carbon fibre chassis with integral roll cage. It even has the grille, headlights and rear lights from a Range Rover. This is an all-terrain supercar. Hope you're enjoying yourself. I know I am. It's great to be able to just focus on telling the story while someone else handles the driving for once. Let's get to the next one. This time, it's Lotus. Lotus Engineering Limited began as many stories in British engineering do, in an old barn. The first Lotus cars were offered as kits. You built them yourself. From 1962, they began to actually build the cars themselves. The Elan Sprint showed exactly what they intended to do. Built around a steel backbone with a fiberglass chassis, the Sprint weighed in at a meager 687 kilos parked on the curb. On the road, this translated into brilliant agility and fantastic performance. Designer Colin Chapman famously said, "Adding power makes you faster on the straights. Subtracting weight makes you faster everywhere." He knew what he was talking about.
In 100 yards, turn right. In 100 yards, turn left.
Widely hailed as one of the greatest sports cars of the 1960s, the Elan would be closely studied and emulated, inspiring such masterpieces as the Mazda MX-5. The Elan has all the energy, style, and enthusiasm you would expect. Bold, quick, and fun. So much so that they put it in the name. The Elan Sprint was a financial as well as an engineering success for Lotus, validating their approach to design and resulting in a whole family of light, agile roadsters. Which brings us to this, the Lotus Exige. It's heavier than the Elan, admittedly, but it's faster. Much, much faster. Touch the pedal, the Exige responds with instant, relentless acceleration, as you'd expect. With a 0 to 60 time of 3.8 seconds and a top speed of 170 before upgrades and tuning, the Exige is uncompromising. And there's no power steering, so you can really feel the road. A genuinely thrilling drive, and one that isn't afraid to demand you take it seriously.
In 200 yards, turn left. Turn left. In 400 yards, you will arrive at your destination.
Touch the pedal, the Exige responds with instant, relentless acceleration. acceleration, as you'd expect. With a 0 to 60 time of 3.8 seconds and a top speed of 170 before upgrades and tuning, the Exige is uncompromising. And there's no power steering, so you can really feel the road. A genuinely thrilling drive, and one that isn't afraid to demand you take it seriously.
In 200 yards, turn left. Turn left. In 400 yards, you will arrive at your destination.
And with rumoured launches of 2 new cars in 2020, done much rallying? That's a joke. We've all seen what you've been up to. We're doing the next bit on location. You'll see why when you get there.
Yards, you will arrive at your destination.
Ford, that most American of cars. But the Ford Escort, oh, that's British. And more than that, the Escort would become for many synonymous with Group B. In the 70s, Ford had embraced that destiny so firmly that they'd begun their own championships to find new drivers. This was a car designed explicitly for rallying, with a powerful fuel-injected 1790cc Cosworth BDE engine. That was spectacular. Take a breather and let's try again with less excitement. This was a car designed explicitly for rallying, with a powerful fuel-injected 1790cc Cosworth BDE engine. The RS 1800 brought home 17 World Rally Championship victories for Ford. So, of course, Ford set out to design a better one. The RS 200 Evolution was their answer. A purpose-built rally car designed to do one thing: win Group B. With the 1.8 turbocharged Ford Cosworth BDT engine and all-wheel drive, the RS 200 had perhaps the best suspension platform of any car of its era. Fortunately, Ford built over 200 as part of the homologation requirements for Group B, so you can still find them, if you're lucky. You know, I really like this car. Not that I'd want to drive it for too long. Squeeze yourself in there and let's see just how fast you can make it go. Which won't be too fast. But hey, I could be surprised. The Peel P50 has the dubious honour of being the smallest production car in the world. A one-door microcar coupe, featuring a 42cc air-cooled engine capable of a heinous 38 miles an hour. And a handle so you can pick it up and carry it with you when you get to work. And keep in mind that this is the production version. The prototype had the single wheel at the front. Why would you think that was a good idea? The Peel P50 has the dubious honour of being the smallest production car in the world. A one-door microcar coupe, featuring a build as being able to fit a single driver with a bag of shopping. And it does, if neither are particularly large. And keep in mind that this is the production version. The prototype had the single wheel at the front. Why would you think that was a good idea? I suppose you can. Hey there! How about a car with some actual legroom and some actual speed? This section's about what happened when McLaren decided to make a road car. You're going to enjoy this. That was a challenge they were more than willing to embrace. In 1988, they set out to create the finest sports car the world has ever seen. By 1993, they had achieved their goal, and the honestly fantastic F1 was the result. 106 would be built across all variants, and it remains one of the very best road cars ever made. The F1 has no turbocharger. That would have compromised the driving experience, increased complexity, and resulted in turbo lag. The F1 is a naturally aspirated supercar, one of the fastest in the world, in fact. Everything about this car is innovative, from the carbon fiber monocoque to the central driver position. McLaren threw the book away when they designed the F1. Then they wrote a better one. The F1's monocoque chassis is incredibly lightweight, only 100 kilos all told, which posed a significant challenge because carbon fiber and fiberglass aren't great insulators. So, McLaren lined the entire engine compartment with gold. McLaren's racing heritage is so deeply ingrained in this machine that when they took it to Le Mans in 1995 and faced off against purpose-built racing machines, they won. So, with something like the F1 to live up to, where do you go next? Well, you throw the book away again and write an even better one. The result is the McLaren P1, a hybrid electric sports car that stands head and shoulders above the F1. The P1 GTR will hit 60 miles an hour in 2.4 seconds. That's 0.7 seconds faster than the F1. That's an eternity for a supercar.
At the roundabout, take the third exit. Turn around when it is safe to do so.
Remember those problems with turbo lag? McLaren solved that with the hybrid drive. While the turbos build pressure, the electric motor drives the wheels. No turbo lag, just torque. And because it's a hybrid, it has an all-electric range. Running on batteries alone, that's 6.2 miles. A bit more if you're going downhill. I quite like sleeper cars. Did Alex ever tell you the story of what we got up to in Colorado? There was this sleeper car competition, you see. Let's just say no one was ready for the sunbeam. Lotus never quite let go of the upgrade game. So in addition to building their own supercars, they upgraded cars from other marques too. The Lotus Carlton was one such aftermarket upgrade. Lotus took a respectable four-door Vauxhall saloon and turned it into a supercar. From the outside, there are a few signs that this is something special. Wider wheel arches, that sort of thing. But under the bonnet, that's where the magic starts. Engine capacity was increased to 3.6 litres, and twin Garrett T25 turbochargers were added. The engine block was reinforced, and new crankshafts were forged by Opel and machined in Germany.
At the roundabout, take the third exit.
The tyres were widened, and the tyre compound from the Lotus Esprit was used. To handle camber change issues, they put in the self-leveling suspension from the Opel Senator. The only upgrade they didn't put in was an electronic speed limiter. All of this resulted in the Lotus Carlton, designated Type 104 by Lotus. A 177 miles per hour supercar, masquerading as a four-door saloon. Only 950 of these custom gems were built, and they've become something of a modern classic. The Lotus Carlton was an example of how to turn a saloon into a supercar, but that's not the only thing Lotus got up to. In 1979, Chrysler approached Lotus to create a strict rally version of their Sunbeam three-door hatchback. Lotus, as you might imagine, rather enjoyed the challenge. They took the rear-wheel drive hatchback and changed everything that matters. They stiffened the suspension, improved the anti-roll bars, and widened the transmission tunnel. The Lotus Sunbeam was revealed to the public in 1979 in Geneva to widespread praise in the motoring media. It almost makes you wonder if Lotus should do more conversions. It's a silly question, actually. Lotus should do more conversions. In fact, I'll call them right now. I honestly think these might be some of the most beautiful cars in the world. And the story of how it came about is, well, really British. Get in the car and let's get this segment. Jaguar is a bit of a favourite of mine. The company is almost 100 years old and was originally founded to build sidecars for motorcycles. But this is the car that really set the bar, I think. The E-Type was light and fast. It would do 153 miles an hour and stopped on innovative four-wheel brakes that were better than anything Ferrari or Porsche or even Mercedes-Benz had. It was solid too, with a design based on the D-Type that won the 24 Hours of Le Mans 3 years in a row.
At the roundabout, take the second exit.
Anyone who owns an E-Type will tell you that the key to their reliability is to drive them regularly, as if you'd need the excuse. About 2,500 were built, and they're a common sight at auto shows, and surprisingly reasonably priced. All in all, an almost perfect Jaguar. The E-Type was the successor to the Le Mans winning D-Type, but what would that look like if Jaguar designed it today? In 2013, Jaguar answered that question with the F-Type Project 7, a spiritual successor to the E-Type, and designed from the ground up to be the purest, most enjoyable Jaguar yet. The car's heritage is proudly displayed in the gorgeous D-type curves and the distinctive aero hunch behind the driving position. But like the E-type, it's not just a pretty face. Powered by a 5-litre V8 supercharged engine, with a fully aluminium body, it's blisteringly fast, with a 0 to 60 speed of 3.8 seconds and a top speed of 186 miles an hour. A car as beautiful as this must surely have been a carefully authored design. Actually, it started as a sketch by designer César Pierri, thrown together one Friday in his free time. Jaguar's design director, Ian Callum, saw the sketch in a thumbnail on César's computer during a meeting and asked him what it was. The rest is history. "250 Project 7s were built, as both a successor to the E-Type and as a celebration of Jaguar's victories at Le Mans. I think I speak for all of us when I say, thank heavens for César's Friday afternoon doodle. We're almost done, but we've saved the good stuff for last. A spot of rallying in the most British car of them all. Get in, strap in, and let's nail this one. There is one car built in Great Britain that is, quite fairly, considered one of the most influential cars of the century. It's a surprisingly spacious little city car with a side-mounted engine. It's an icon of popular culture. It's been built on every continent where there's a car factory. It's the Mini. The Mini Cooper S was built to be a performance machine with deeper engines, twin carburetors and front disc brakes. This scrappy little machine would go on to achieve more than 30 racing victories in the 1960s and 1970s.
Turn around. In 400 yards. In 400 yards. Turn right.
A Mini Cooper S flying number 37 placed first at the 1964 Monte Carlo Rally. Driven by Paddy Hopkirk and Henry Liddon, this was the last time an all-British crew would win the event.
In 200 yards, turn left.
In 1999, the Car of the Century Award was presented to the most influential car of the 20th century. The Mini came second. It was beaten by the Model T Ford. That's fair, I suppose. $5.3 million Minis would be sold, making it the most popular British car. And then in 2000, BMW resumed production of the Mini, breathing new life into the iconic marque. If the Mini of the 1960s had its sights set on the roads of Monte Carlo, the X-Rayed Countryman has its eyes on something a little tougher. The deserts and rough terrain of the Dakar, for starters. A wit once said that the only thing mini in this monster was the pedal. That's rather missing the point, I think. The X-Rayed Countryman is much, much bigger than the Mini Cooper. It has to be. A stage of the Dakar demands literally tons of gear. You could call it a tank. It does rather sound like one. When Mini's X-Rayed division set out to build this thing, they had one goal in mind: winning the Dakar. And they did, every year, from 2012 to 2015.
In 100 yards, turn right.
It's designed to be driven for 2 weeks over deserts and badlands, 5 kilometers above sea level. And it still handles like a hot hatch on a nice bit of dry airspace. Owners come and go. The heritage of a car like the Mini is more than who owns the keys to the shop. I fully expect to see Mini's wings flying for another century. This is quite the story. Bentley at Le Mans in the 1930s. Gentleman racers, heroic driving, and a personal hero of mine. Take good care of the cars, though. Both of them are mine. Bentley, a company founded in 1919 in Cricklewood, North London, and purchased by Rolls-Royce in the 30s. A company synonymous with both racing and luxury. Perhaps the best example I know of those two extremes of British engineering. For almost a century, every Bentley was hand-built to exacting standards. So at the beginning of the 21st century, when Bentley revealed their first mass-produced car, there were a great many questions. The car was the Continental GT, an elegant grand tourer that combined a racetrack pedigree with exquisite style and all the power you could need. The move to mass production has done nothing to blunt the Bentley experience. The 2017 Continental Supersport is responsive, fast, and beautifully designed. Brings together all-wheel drive, carbon fiber bonnet sides and side skirts to create the most powerful performance-focused car the company has ever built. But never forget, Bentley's pedigree is racing, and the Bentley Continental embraces that. In 2007, a largely standard Continental Speed GT broke Bugatti's record for the flying kilometre on the frozen Baltic Sea. And then in 2011, they broke their own record. 205 miles an hour, both ways, on ice. Even when building these gorgeous Grand Tourers, Bentley is driven to excellence. Today, Bentley means modern, peerless luxury and elegance. But that's far from the full story. A century ago, Bentley meant something else entirely. It meant Le Mans. In 1930, eccentric race team owner Dorothy Paget financed a rather special Bentley at the Le Mans. It was a 4.5-litre supercharged masterpiece, driven by Sir Henry Bentley Boy Birkin. It posted the fastest time on the day, but it failed to finish. But what a race it was. Sir Henry's courageous driving forced Rudolf Caracciola's 7-litre Mercedes out of the race at the cost of his own victory. But in doing so, he handed the day to the Bentley Sixes, a gentleman racer indeed. Sir Henry knew he didn't have anything to prove. In 1929, the adventurer Mrs. Mary Victor Bruce had already driven the resolutely modern 4.5-litre Bentley at Montlhéry, setting distance, speed and endurance records. The Bentley's performance so annoyed Ettore Bugatti that he called it the world's fastest lorry. The blower had the last laugh, though. In 2012, it was sold at auction for over £4 million, which is more than enough to buy a Veyron and a racing truck, if you're keeping score. But what a race it was. Sir Henry's courageous driving forced Rudolf Caracciola's 7-litre Mercedes out of the race at the cost of his own victory. But in doing so, he handed the day to the Bentley Sixes, a gentleman racer indeed. Sir Henry knew he didn't have anything to prove. In 1929, the adventurer Mrs. Mary Victor Bruce had already driven the resolutely modern 4.5-litre Bentley at Montlhéry, setting distance, speed and endurance records. The Bentley's performance so annoyed Ettore Bugatti that he called it the world's fastest lorry. blower had the last laugh, though. In 2012, it was sold at auction for over £4 million, which is more than enough to buy a Veyron and a racing truck, if you're keeping score. But what a race it was. Sir Henry's courageous driving forced Rudolf Caracciolla's 7-litre Mercedes out of the race at the cost of his own victory. But in doing so, he handed the day to the Bentley Sixes. A gentleman racer indeed. Sir Henry knew he didn't have anything to prove. In 1929, the adventurer Mrs. Mary Victor Bruce had already driven the resolutely modern 4.5-litre Bentley at Montlhéry, setting distance, speed and endurance records. The Bentley's performance so annoyed Ettore Bugatti that he called it the world's fastest lorry. The blower had the last laugh, though. In 2012, it was sold at auction for over £4 million, which is more than enough to buy a Veyron and a racing truck, if you're keeping score. what a race it was. Sir Henry's courageous driving forced Rudolf Caracciola's 7-litre Mercedes out of the race at the cost of his own victory. But in doing so, he handed the day to the Bentley Sixes. A gentleman racer indeed. Sir Henry knew he didn't have anything to prove. In 1929, the adventurer Mrs. Mary Victor Bruce had already driven the resolutely modern 4.5-litre Bentley at Montlhéry, setting distance, speed and endurance records. The Bentley's performance so annoyed Ettore Bugatti that he called it the world's fastest lorry. But what a race it was. Sir Henry's courageous driving forced Rudolf Caracciola's 7-litre Mercedes out of the race at the cost of his own victory. But in doing so, he handed the day to the Bentley Sixes. A gentleman racer indeed. Sir Henry knew he didn't have anything to prove. In 1929, the adventurer Mrs. Mary Victor Bruce had already driven the resolutely modern 4.5-litre Bentley at Montlhéry, setting distance, speed and endurance records. The Bentley's performance so annoyed Ettore Bugatti that he called it the world's fastest lorry. The blower had the last laugh, though. In 2012, it was sold at auction for over £4 million, which is more than enough to buy a Veyron and a racing truck, if you're keeping score.
Like I told them, can't make a film about car culture around here without you in it, can they? I'll let you know if they need you back. Sounds like this documentary's gonna be pretty good, yeah? The bits with you and Beck in them, at least. Got a call from the producer. Said you couldn't have driven better if you tried.
arrived at your destination. 200 yards, turn left. Turn left. In 200 yards, turn left. Turn left. You have arrived at your destination.
Tonight, the Stig drives some very fast farm equipment, I hail a taxi, and finishing with something that I'm reliably informed is a bit of a fan favourite around here. I'm Chris Harris, and this is the Top Gear Horizon Special. Ah yes, the Stig, our very own UFO, unidentified fast object, the world's least obedient racing driver. I'm Chris Harris, and this is the Top Gear Horizon Special. Ah yes, the Stig, our very own UFO, unidentified fast object, the world's least obedient racing driver. Right then, the Lotus Elise, a 90s classic based on the age-old roadster recipe. 2 seats, engine in the middle, rear-wheel drive. Not an ounce of fat. This is what driving is all about. But this isn't just any Elise, it's a Sport 190, a tuned-up, stripped-out Elise for track days. Even the passenger seat is an optional extra. But who needs friends anyway? Friends are expensive and heavy. Yes! That's it! The honourable art of drifting. Completely sideways now! Making it look easy too. It weighs well under 700 kilos and makes 190 horsepower from its 1.8-litre engine, which revs to 8,000 RPM. Just listen to that. A serious slide there. Loving your work, Stiggy. Of course, because it's a Lotus, it sticks to the famous philosophy of the man who founded the company, Colin Chapman. Simplify, then add lightness, he said. The Sport 190 also adds a full roll cage, just in case. I'm Chris Harris, and this is the Top Gear Horizon Special. Ah yes, the Stig, our very own UFO, unidentified fast object, the world's least obedient racing driver. Hang on a minute, what on earth is the Stig up to? You've got it! The trick with drifting is to not actually spin, but to almost spin, for as long as possible. Yes, I know this is all very good fun, but we really need to nail this bit. I'm Chris Harris, and this is the Top Gear Horizon Special. Ah yes, the Stig, our very own UFO, unidentified fast object, the world's least obedient racing driver. Right then, the Lotus Elise, a 90s classic based on the age-old roadster recipe. 2 seats, engine in the middle, rear-wheel drive. Not an ounce of fat. This is what driving is all about. Yes, that's it. The honourable art of drifting. All right. It's not the fastest way around a corner, but it's definitely the most entertaining. I'm Chris Harris, and this is the Top Gear Horizon Special. Ah yes, the Stig, our very own UFO, unidentified fast object, the world's least obedient racing driver. Hang on a minute, what on earth is the Stig up to? Completely sideways now! Making it look easy too. Look, this is a track car. It's even lower than a normal Elise. And that suspension is seriously stiff. It is small, I suppose. Great for threading through traffic or trees. A serious slide there. Loving your work, Stiggy. Yes, that's it. The honourable art of drifting. It's not the fastest way around a corner, but it's definitely the most entertaining. You've got it. The trick with drifting is to not actually spin, but to almost spin for as long as possible. Well, they did say to use the fastest route possible, and if there's one thing faster than a racing line, it's a straight line. You've got to hand it to the Stig. Made it! Was there ever any doubt? The Series 1 Elise is, after all, one of the best handling cars ever made. The Sport 190 is its hardcore cousin, a road-going racer you can drive to work. And across fields, it turns out. But if it's true agricultural transport you're after, we have just the thing. Oh, a BMW 1M. Great car. Hang on, that's my BMW 1M. Seriously? Not funny. Who gave Stig the keys? I mean, I literally just cleaned it. Now it's going to smell of onions. Odour stick. It's electronically restrained to 155 miles an hour, but it could definitely go quicker. 3-litre straight six, 335 horsepower, 2 turbos, as much sideways action as you like.
In 200 yards, turn left. Turn left.
Look at the smoke! Please leave me some tread for the drive home, Stiggy. Seriously, come on. That's the last time we leave Stig unattended. Am I the only one who remembers Budapest? Well, this isn't stressful to watch. Not at all. It's a BMW, so of course it's rear-wheel drive. 50-50 weight distribution too. It's a natural-born drifter. does 0 to 60 in 4.8 seconds. My 1M. Stig's way beyond that now.
In 200 yards, turn left.
Bring it back around. Let's have another crack at this.